Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
Time tracking is one of the key aspects of Workday, and it's a very high demand module which has been used day in, day out. Not just like the other domains, such as compensation, performance, and other domains, which is used in a 6 months period when there's a demand, like compensation is used in compile or creating new compensation rules, benchmarking, and other stuff. But the time tracking and absence is such kind of a domain which is used in the out by workers. Also, it is highly used with connected with the payroll, connected with your Workday projects, and other stuff. That's why it has a very big demand in the market, and people do, when they buy this Workday suite, they go for absence and time tracking alongside. What they are using previous systems such as PeopleSoft, and one of the competitor of time management was Kronos. Alright, now the scenario has been changed. Like people are tending to come to Workday time tracking and absence because the reason behind is the UX. The configurations tends to be very simple, like simple and easy to understand. That's how things are evolving around now with this ERP tool. Alongside with that, the module that we are talking is time tracking, which is basically entering your time, getting in, submitted, getting is processed, and it transfers to a payroll. But, however, it is a very vast domain which is connected to your timesheets, or maybe connected to your absences, maybe connected with your compensation, also your finance, also I would say your payroll. Alright, and based on your performance also. How we would learn this particular scenario, like if I talk about performance, based on your number of hours you put in a project, your utilization is determined. And based on that, if you're eligible for the bonuses and all, it determines like that. Alright, any questions? No question? That's how, like if I talk about in a bookish language, how it got determined in your projects also. Like in projects you see you entertain, and that got billed to the customer. If I talk about, if I'm working for a consultancy, then in day-to-day life, in us also, people do fill their timesheets. And based on that, if your hourly pay, you get your paid like that. You get your paid through your timesheet fill. Right? Same thing will happen in this particular absence plan when a time tracking in Workday. Alright. Now, how it will throw around with the functional standpoint of way. I'll guide you with the integration standpoint of way. It needs an integration consultant who will design either PG or pick-off in order to send the data to the external vendor. Right? Alright. Before starting ahead, which we would see is the functional area. In order to have time tracking in the system, we will have to see if we have the functional area. Time tracking. Enable first. There are 4 things with time. Time off and leave and time tracking and time calculations and time tracking. Now let us understand the difference between all of them. Time tracking is the building block of structure of your system. Like It will show you your timesheet, your components of timesheet, like how you're going to enter, what you're going to enter, and how it would look like. This is the first functional area. The second functional area is basically time tracking calculations. Calculations are basically background calculations. Like for example, you work in a night. You get night shift. You work more than your regular hours. You get overtime. You work on a weekend. You get weekend premium. That whole things are actually connected to the background calculations. And those background calculations are governed by this functional area, which is time tracking calculations. The third point is time tracking hub. Now, when we talk about a hub, which is basically related to an external system, there are a lot of external systems like PagerDuty, Kronos or Zoom, or I would say other Salesforce. Those systems where you enter your project time works and that needs to be synchronized in your Workday. Like you are importing the files in your system. Inbound integrations. When it comes to importing stuff from other systems, then time tracking hub functional area is used. On a high level basis, whenever a customer buys Workday Suite, they go for all three of them. Based on the demand, based on the complexity, and how they make their life easier of the consultants in Workday with respect to these modules. These are the three functional areas which needs to be enabled. And based on that, other activities would go ahead with this particular venture. Alright, anything? Any questions right now? No question. Before going ahead with the next step, I wanted to understand, what are the modules? Do you understand? Like you understand the basic SCM. I do understand basic SCM, a little bit payroll and time tracking. I do understand. I'm here primary for Kronos, and now they're putting me into Workday. And that's the reason I want to go through this mailing. You understand Kronos, and now you can imagine how it would affect, how the difference would look like in Kronos and in Workday. Time tracking, the first part. How it looks like for my employee perspective is a very simple one. If I go to the home screen. Go to the profile of an employee. But this employee, I see this as a worker profile, which is fine. I'll go to the action. I'll go to time and leave. And I'll select enter my time. If I select this particular thing, it will open up this new UX window, which is basically a simple time card or timesheet. On the right hand side, the summary bar would show you the amount of hours you have put in from the period of March 5th to 11th. These are the daily areas, daily section, where you will fill your time. Right now it is not showing here your timings like there are two types of time entries. One is in and out and one is your direct hours. This timesheet is based on direct hours. Like if you put 8 hours a day, you will put 8 hours. You need not to put your start time or end. Alright. That kind of a time entry is known as clock in, clock out. If you are aware of those things, two types of time entries are there. One is in and out, or you can say clock in, clock out, or hours only, which is basically how many hours you are put in a day. This is a particular section of time. And if somebody wants to do time entry, they have to go and click on this particular area, and then they go and review their time and enter the time. This particular sheet tells them about it. Their different section, and you can view it either by week, or there is a new option that has come up, which is day, week, and month. Alright. It is not enabled in this tenant, but you can also view this particular time sheet via day and week. And also with new update, month is also included. This is basically a timesheet. There are other items alongside with over. Here is your overtime request. If you want to put an overtime request, like for the future data, you can put it. You can also request absence in the timesheet. Also, you can review your own time and review time by week. We will go through all those things, but just for a high level. This is the timesheet, how it looks like. The right side is known as summary, and the left side is the broader section is known as main area of entering time. If you see over here, billable hours, non-billable hours, these are basically called as labels or totals. If any entry were asked to, what are these? Below the summary, what are the fields known as? This is basically known as labels. Labels are totals and date dynamically changes based on the entries. What we do over here? Entries about if it is a billable hour, 8 hours 8 would be there on Sunday, Monday. If it is billable hour, it will show 16 over here. Wednesday, 8 hours 24 over here. And on the day itself, it will show you the below the date. You see hours, hours, hours. It will show you the hours for that particular day. This is the summary area, which is dynamically about accumulation of all the days. And this is individual day hours. The top of the timesheet. Today we are going to just emphasize on the three important pillars of Workday in order to have a time tracking setup. The number one thing is period schedule. What do you understand by period schedule? Basically, the starting and ending of a period of a period. In payroll, it is a pay period. In app, it is also known as period of like entering period or outside period, but what it is for time tracking? It is basically. Let's open up period schedule over here. I'll try to. You can also. You. When I open this, are you able to see the bottom layer? I'm able to see up to the date, the first line of the day. Only. There is only one line over here. What is basically what it says about your period started and period ended. But apart from that, if it is a monthly or whatever time entry temperature period you're having, it has three important ones, four important columns of every period. We are going to learn about these four now. One is your open time entry. One is your lock time entry, unlock for adjustment, and close time entry. What is open time entry? Consider it as a practical example. Like you're having a key, all right? And the moment you have a gate also in front of you, you have the key for that gate. The moment you use that key to open that gate, you push it, the gate opens, all right, which means your gateway. For that, you have to enter your room. You have the key and you open it and you enter the room. That is basically the open time entry. Or we can say it in a different way, that the entry point date when we can enter time for that period. Alright, if our period schedule is January 1st, period started and period ended is 31st of January, and we add the open time entry is 15th of January, which means that on 15th of January, I am able to enter my time. From 1st of January to 31st of January, got it? Yes, open time entry is basically the entry date from which effective entry date, from which you can enter time for yourself. When is there is open? There should be another point, which is the lock time entry. Lock time entry is the effective date from which date you are not able to enter time for that period. Like if I have added the 30th of January as my lock time entry. As an individual, like as an individual worker, you will not be able to enter time from that after 30th of January for the month January 1st to 31st of January. Which means here your access of entering time for that period, for that month, has been locked. Or we can say that has been restricted. But the super users, such as time tracking, administrator or time tracking, timekeeper, would be able to enter on your behalf, even if it is a locked time entry. Alright? But a user like employee self-service would not be able to do it. That is the emphasis that I want to give on lock time entry. Lock time entry restricts the user, the employee, to enter the time for that period. However, there are some cases like if I tell you that if employees do forget entering time, then they raise a case and then timekeeper or a time tracking admin or ROCs would enter the time on behalf of the work for the following dates. Have you seen those things in real life? Heard of those things? Those are very common. Like our thing, period ends on Sunday, and on Monday morning the employee is calling the manager that I'm not able to. I could not enter time for this particular day, or last time entered for Friday, and then the manager has to go in and enter manager rocks or whosoever. It's a common issue which floats around Workday a lot. Now, in order to given feasibility like after lock time entry, there is another day which is the unlock for adjustment. It is basically reopening the time entries for that period. If somebody has forgotten or if somebody wants to make changes on the time entry, alright, they can do that particular adjustment or modification or alter their entries after this particular date, for example. Let's take a practical example. My open time entry is from 1st January. For the January month, for 1st January, I'm letting it go. On 30th of January, I said stop now. No more entries for the month of January. Simple. These two terms are simple now. But I felt that there would be some employees who must have forgotten to enter the time. Let's do one thing. After end of February, we will allow them to enter the time for the previous month, which is the January. If I put a date over here, 2223, what will happen? On the tool 23, the employee self-service would be able to enter the time for the month of January. Simple till now. Any doubt? No doubt. Which will allow them to enter the time. But there are certain, like some mischievous employees, who will keep on changing. And what will happen? Retro pay would be given to them. Correct? Keep on increasing or whatever. Making small payment. But now, in order to completely get rid of this, we have a close time entry. Close time entry is permanently closed sealed. No entries after that. Not even a super user can do it. That's why a close time entry is there. Close time entry. It is an interview question like if close time entry has been passed and if somebody is trying to enter the time for that period, like for example, my close time entry is from 4th of February. After that, nobody would be in. Nobody would be allowed to enter the time for the period of January. What will happen after 3rd of February? If I'm trying to do it, if I am the security admin, also enter the timing of or on behalf of the worker. It will not allow to do that. It will not at all allow to do that. The only solution is to, if there would be some criminals in the organization who will still come with an hour question that I forgot to enter my time on call hours. At that last point of time. If there is a case, what is the solution? Is that the consultant would edit this period schedule there. There is the last criminal. Exceptions are already there. What will happen? I have to delete once. I delete these entries. Over here click. Tell her ops to enter on behalf of my employee. Once they say we have entered and submitted, I have to re-add the entries over here. I'm just curious. I'm sure Workday has validation here. When we have the open and close. Let's say not open and close. Can you come back to the other screen where we were open, lock, unlock for adjustment and close? The period start and period end is 1/1 and 1/31, 1st Jan 2031, and one time entry is 1st Jan and the lock is 2nd. First step, if I come and do close time period, let's say 29th January, will the system allow me to do that? Yes, system will allow. One. Let's see. Now is 1/1/23 lock time. Entry is 0. 1/28. 0/1/28. Let's make that. If we get an error or not, we may get an error. I suspect we got a. It will not allow. It has to be after the door is closed after there. Was that? That makes sense. I was just curious about that. This is the case. It would give you a load or something. But these things will not allow. They are synchronized with each other. One falls after the other. It's a waterfall, one after one after one. Close time. Entry will not allow a new one to after the close time, none of the worker would be able to enter. Now, period schedule is always associated to the worker. But understand, this is one of the you understand this particular. What is the emphasis of? An open time entry, lock time entry, unlock for this point, close time entry. Correct, I understand. Now you do in. Peer. Also, that period schedule is configured with the worker eligibility, correct worker eligibility. It is highly advisable that when we create a period schedule, like for example, I got a requirement that we need a monthly period schedule for the impact region for the time tracking. What I will do? I will try to make broader period schedule countries. I'll add China or APAC countries. Alright, what it will do? It will allow them, all the workers, to have that they are falling for the time tracking monthly period schedule. Alright. Period schedules are always made for the larger audience when it comes to eligibility. Why? Period schedule are always connected. Connected 1:1 to the worker, like one worker will always be eligible for one period schedule. He cannot be eligible for more than one period schedule. If he is, then he will not be able to enter the time. Periods should are always attached to one worker. For example, if I am creating a worker eligibility, I'll go ahead. I create work eligibility over here. It is advisable, like for example, if somebody proposes, like in some organization, they are dumb, that they say that we will link period schedule to job profiles. What will happen if there is a mix of the period schedule? Like, for example, America is used bi-weekly, all right in your companies. Bi-weekly payments is your monthly in your May monthly, maybe semi-monthly, but companies may make the period schedule based on job profile. Then you have to, as a consultant, it is a moral to tell them that it is wrong. Let's make it country to country wise or on a larger area. For example, America is using bi-weekly. Let's create another period scheduled bi-weekly and let's add the eligibility that all the workers based out of America, apart from them other, if they are using monthly. Let's make them country specific, that these are the countries like. Eligibility would be like worker location address, country of worker is. If the worker are belonging to those countries, then it will be monthly, alright. For example, if I want to do it like, for example, APAC workers time tracking eligibility. Now here I will add new location. Now always see the business object. We do not use position or position management. You will use worker time tracking. Eligibility rule is always associated to the worker. Again, I'm repeating, you will do one thing. You will create the eligibility rule for the period studio location. You will check the worker eligibility, the worker. Let's take an example. I'm making it for China. Look country location. Let me add my country worker. Worker identify, click in the selection list China, India. You will click. What will happen? All the workers who will be using time tracking and are connected to the frequency monthly, they are eligible. Here if you see 2, 3, 4, it is wrong. Only one. This is the period schedule. Now as you are also human, I am also human. And if I am working on projects, I may mix up sometimes the eligibility correct. It can happen. The eligibility can mix. Also, and it is a blind thumb rule that one worker will have one period schedule. Blind thumb rule. This is the basic rule and it is an interview question. I asked this question, what if some employees are having multiple period schedule because it is eligibility. It is not like instance or something, it is eligibility. Eligibility can get mix match correct. Yes, how to identify that? A very big question. Basically, the employee will not be able to enter time. That would be your first way of identifying. A first way, this is one-to-one. You will check. If the worker in phase eligible for 2-3 period schedule, it's. But once you identify one and you get one case from the her, that this is how happened. But in back of the mind you will be thinking here, there will be many more workers. But how to identify them correct? I tell, unless you know, do not get a her ticket. There is a task for that, and this task is known as audit, multi-period audit, worker with multiple period schedule. If you click on that, a report will run. If that report is showing values, which means there is some good word in your configuration. Now see, this report is showing values, which is this, Jonathan Queen is eligible for these 2 period schedule, and because of these 2 worker eligibility, if you have done correct configuration, this report should always run blank. If it is blank, it is all good, it is very good, it is happy. If it is not blank, boss, those items you are getting these 2 worker will not be able to enter the time. Then you have to go and check the worker eligibility and make sure that you create a correct worker eligibility. Alright, this is a thumb rule. Understand, and it is one of the important question. After creating period schedule and after creating the worker time, tracking worker eligibility in your period schedule. Click and run this, and this is a checkpoint. After that, you will go to the next step. Alright, you understand this particular thing. I understand. And this is the most important thing in that period. It's kind of the eligibility is like a where clause in a SQL, and there are 2 SQLs conflicting. Returning. Correct. You understand in a different way, but it's correct. But this is the first point that I wanted to give. Now we have one important thing which I will teach you in a very free mode. That is the work schedule calendar. Do you understand what is the meaning of work schedule? It's basically the schedule of an employee, like let's say Monday 9 to 5 and 8 to 4. Correct. How we are going to do? We have done period schedule. After that, we'll go to work schedule. After that, we will start creating time entry codes like what employee will enter, how where the employee will store. Once it is done, we'll go to the X part, that is time entry template. Time entry template would be half done. Then we'll go to calculations, and then we'll be working with the time entry templates and those things like that. Period schedule is done now. Now just giving a hint, work schedule is another. First thumb rule is period release. 1:1. Period schedule will always be 1:1. Second is your work schedule calendar. First pillar is done. Now we are creating a tripart structure building. The second structure is your work schedule calendar. Every employee who is doing time tracking in the system needs to have assigned work schedule, correct? Yes, which will determine when they are working and when they are not. Simple task that we have is create work schedule calendar. The moment you create this, you see the name. For example, I'm making a calendar for Canada employees, Monday to Friday, 40 hours. Simple, I'll keep this. Give you somebody else like this now, calendar rule and work schedule. Calendar group. And if you do not put anything over here, this calendar is not assigned to anyone. Automatically, it is not assigned to anyone. Nobody is eligible. This is a blank kind of a work schedule, that this is a work schedule, that we have a system. If somebody wants to use it, they have to go through a process which is known as a signed work schedule. But if you want to make an eligibility, you can make it like this over here. Create a holiday work schedule, calendar rule. What is basic? It is basically eligibility condition which will allow employees to have this work schedule calendar automatically to the bucket. I'll click over here. You will hear a lot of time tracking eligibility rule over here, and for time tracking you create eligibility rule with the name. Task is known as create time tracking eligibility rule. Location Canada. Here's one thing, can we use the same eligibility? Let's say we wanted to use India and China, the one which we created. Can we assign it to this employee? India and China. But we cannot. That is the time tracking eligibility rule. But here it is the holiday calendar eligibility rule. We have to create a new one because both of them are two different things. Time tracking. Eligibility rule is only for time tracking major components. Holiday calendars. Eligibility rule is for holiday calendar. There are different sets. We cannot different sets of I'll add China, India. Workers in China, India, eligible for this. Oh, sorry, the name is Canada and I'm making China. Let's make it Chin and Ind. I have just given two important things. What is the name and who are eligible? Now, the first thing that we click over here is the time tracking. Here there are a few things. First is the day breaker. It's a simple thing. When the day changes, the day breaker day and night breaker. It's 12 am, which means one day has completed, the next day has started. The day breaker to identify when the new day started is 12 am. You have the ability to make it change. For example, night shift workers, their day may be changes, like if they are doing from 10 to 4, their next day may. If you want to make the next day changing from 3 am, what will happen? From 10 pm to 2:59 am, it will be day 1. The moment 3 comes into the picture, it will become day 2. Are you getting me? Yes, on a general basis. What is happening? Day 1 day. Our day changes from 12 am, correct? The new day starts from 12 am, like after, right now it is 11:40 in Netherlands. After 12 it's 8, correct? Similarly, you can have your custom day breaker. Add. First component to limb is a day breaker. Day breaker divides. Now, what is the work week start day? What do you understand by this? Now, work week start day. Like when in payroll terms, it could be the first day of the pay period. I lost your voice. Lost your voice. Can you hear me? Now I can hear you. In terms of payroll, it could be the first day of the pay period. In terms of period, but in terms of time tracking working day, start day. If I make it Monday, the work week starts from Monday. The time from Monday to Sunday, if Monday by weekly calculation started. It is not our head deck, it is. For which country? Can you guess? Yes, in Canada. Us and Canada configuring well. Calculation period month, starting day on 1. What is basically? It is basically the background calculation. Start date when? To start every month start date, it starts the background calculation which goes on behalf of employee. Moon starting on day 1. It will do the needful of the background calculation to trigger or refresh. Till here, you have any doubt? Like from the first section to this section? No doubt. Now there are two methods of entering time. Work schedule calendar. Two methods of calendar determining. One is your patterns, one is your schedule events. There are two ways. One is patterns and one is schedule events. What is pattern? Pattern is basically a well-defined order of your work schedule. Each week you can define. For each week, you can define different work schedule for them. For example, if my power pattern starts from 1st March. Signature events in Canada, meal start. Oh, meal start. I added on the start rather than meal start. Correct. Automatically 8 hours. Start time is in 8. If you in between, you want to give lunch hours like for 12 to 13. Total. What will happen? Your total hours is reduced. Because you have a break time. That is a meal time. If you want to make a 24-hour shift, you can click on this. What does that mean? 24-hour shift. 24-hour shift, like no breaks from one day to another day. Like, I'll give you example in hospitality industry or in hospitals. They have 24-hour shifts, sometimes like from evening night to next day night. They do have like in hospitals. I'll tell you one hospital, ASPCA. If in your America only as PCA American Society of something like it's NG or kind of firm which is using Workday. And they have 24-hour shift for this nurses or regional doctors. They work a 48 hours, but in 12-hour shift, but sometimes they do 24-hour shift. Like I came in the night shift today like 7 p.m. I'll go tomorrow 7 p.m. That is 24-hour shift. I click over here. What will happen? Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday off, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I have for this week. I have today one. This is one pattern, first week pattern. I can have the second week pattern in a different way. If I want to make Monday, Tuesday working, Thursday, Friday working, Wednesday off, Sunday off. That's the second. We can add by pattern details, but there's a limitation. Where does it say week 1, week 2? This is the first week. Starting. It goes decreasing. You can put it like this. Week. It is week 1. It is week 2. If you add over here week 3, again add week 4. If you want to make the order, it is like a ascending order which is going on. If you want to make changes in the order, you can do it by keeping it like if you want it to go lower. The first one will come lower. It depends on the addition. The top row is week 1, week 2 and then week 3 and on. Correct. But there's a limitation that you can have only 52 weeks, 52 to 53 weeks. Because in a year you have 52 weeks. That's why some companies do use pattern and some do not. Pattern is one way. There is another way which is known as scheduled calendar events. First, let's go with worker editing option. What worker can do in this particular situation? Are you clear with this pattern thing? I'm clear with this pattern thing. Still now you're clear with this. Correct? Now worker editing option. If I click on this, you give worker some editing option. Change scheduled to non-scheduled days. Worker can do it or not. Change number of scheduled days. Worker can. If I open this, worker can change their own schedules. If I give this as checkbox, worker can themselves assign work schedules. Change worker scheduled day to non-scheduled day and scheduled day to non-scheduled day. In a high level, we do not give that liberty to the workers. Because it is something the business decides their work schedules. Not. Alright. If they want to make exceptions, it's to have exceptions. Like today, I don't want to work. I'll make it for Saturday. Which is a fair call out and which happens in industries all across. Correct. Can we 1 second go to the pattern? I have a question there. On the first line, we have Monday off and Tuesday off. On the second line, Monday and Tuesday off. If a worker comes and tries to enter time on Monday, will the timesheet allow it? It will allow it. But it's an unscheduled day. That's the off day. It will allow. But if you want to prevent it, then we will create validations. If it is not a scheduled day for him, and when we give the ability to change the schedule, let's say Wednesday is 10 a.m. to the worker, in that case he can change it to 9:30 to 5:30 if he wants to. If he wants to, then you, in your assign, you can. There's a custom task which is known as assigned work schedule. You can change it for the worker. If here we have the calendar rule. It is not for the entire, only one worker. It is for the entire population. Correct. If you want to make a single individual change, Then you have to do a perform a task which is known as assigned work schedules. What I meant was on the second tab, you said if you put them the ability to modify, then worker would be able to do it by their own. Now, if I put enable hour restriction, what it will do? It is basically scrutiny. This is basically scrutiny section for workers. For example, minimum hours of works per day. Like if I mentioned 5 in the time entry, minimum 6 hours employee needs to work. Minimum maximum number of hours. It's 10 more than 10. You cannot work after you're going more than 10 hours. You are not allowed. Minimum numbers of hours per week. Like if you want to determine that like from companies, do that. Like you have to work this many hours. Like many hours should be 30. Maximum hours should be 60. All those things can be done. Now you got an error because the mathematics are not going ahead over here. That's why you're getting the error. Like if I click over here, edit the start and end time, that the total hours per week is greater than equal to 30. Like the hour pattern is like the way it is wrong right now. That's why we are getting the error. Alright, we remove the first one. Then it's not coming. Now did you find the data? Alright. Now change daily start time and end times. Which means you have the flexibility to make changes with your starting time and the ending time of your work time. If it is checked. Like for example, I generally start at 9 am every day. But if I want to start 10 am, it will allow it. 10 late check-in. That is the meaning of change daily start time and end time. If I make it uniform, which means that it would be uniform for them. Like uniform in the sense like static start time and end time. It will not. You will not allow to change it. A flexible start time and end time. Can you tell me what is this? This is a very interesting question which comes. I think this means like giving them a window. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Like a 15 minutes window. Apply for 3 minutes. Start time and window, and for payments and time window. Allow me minutes goes in there or time goes in there. You can put a 1 second. You can put 15. Lexi will start time. It is the total time which you can add. Like, for example, based on your pattern. Automatically, it will calculate what is there. Over here. A flexible start time and flexible end time. You can start till. You can add until. Even if you can have the ability to start from 5 also. Whatever date you have. The second section. Allow meals and change. Meal start time and end time. Allow meals like credit is checked, which means you are allowing meals to the workers. An employee has the flexibility to change the meal start time and end time. And again, food and maximum food time. Scrutiny. This section is basically scrutiny. What you want to do for the employee. And it's necessary for organizations, like where the daily wage workers are working. It is necessary. In these two sections. Are you having any? Then comes the scheduled calendar event. We will cover this section tomorrow. This is not a flex time bans are not in our course right now. Right? The feature would be coming up. And I have not worked on this one. But I will check if we have some information. But this is the one. In day-to-day life, you will see pattern in work schedule events. My ask would be, for you, would be, if you can check in your system, like if they have work schedule calendars or not. That is not a back where I can check out what's in. What's your time and your template name? It starts in the AK. Time and your template. Your time and your template you have configured in and out. In my oh my god default pattern is like this. Yes, you have mentioned this. Alright, cool. Now we covered this part. Alright, this entire part till now. The first page, this is the basic structure of a template entry. Now, when you go into the calendar, we'll see different items on this. There is a first thing how calendar would look like. Default calendar view. What does that mean? If I open this lady's calendar, if I open this profile and I go to actions, then scroll down to time and leave, and then go to enter my time. The UX that I get over here is basically a week, that one day or week. We see week schedule over here. Calendar view are many times. One is your monthly and your weekly. If I click over here monthly, what will happen? The entire month data would come into this picture. Entire month sheet would come into this structure of what you see over here. That it is configurable. You can make it weekly or monthly based on that, it depends on user feedback. Once you first configure weekly, the basic is always weekly, and then when you give a demo to your H, or folks like that, you can tell them that we have a monthly view also, and it depends on their retrospective analysis that what is better for the employees. Whatever default you make, after that you select the another. For example, if I have make it monthly, that additional calendar view which can I have is weekly. For example, the way you see over here, additional is with the current update. If you don't mention anything, it will not give you the results, right? If you mentioned over here what it wanted, we'll give you day, week and month, and default would come as monthly and additional calendar view would come as weekly. You can do vice versa. Alright. But if you don't put anything over here, then the drop down menu will not show that. Day and week it will show. Day by day. You see by the day, why is it is Sunday on this whole white screen will come into the picture. On a general basis, on a day-to-day basis, we see this as a structure all the time, but this monthly also, I'll just add monthly over here. Now, after that, there are few objects over here, which are like the few additional items, which are easy in order to enter the time. It is first autofill from prior week. From the word itself, it says that if this option is checked, an employee who goes on action, he can see that autofill from prior week over here. But when it is available, what it will do, whatever diameter you have done in the last week or any other week, you can choose, and that would replicate the same entries on your current week. That's the meaning of autofill from private. But there is a catch. Making on the template checkbox doesn't imply that it will come over here unless you get the security to the right group. Are you understanding? What you need to do over here is you have to go to the business process BP and 1 second enter time. In this business process, in order to give an additional security, what we do, we check on the business process policy. We go to the business process policy. Here are the things: who can enter time, who can initiate the things, time block by micro edit, all those things. But here are other things also, like autofill from prior week. We have to give security over here also. Right now it is already given, but in an implementation tenant, if you feel like, for example, there are a lot of times you get a support cases that ticket that we have enabled in the time entry template, the autofill from prior week, but however, the employee is not able to see that option on the timesheet. This is the general days that comes, and then as a consultant, you have to see the business process policy. That what they have enabled for employee. Is it employee as such as employee self-service? If an employee is not able to see that ESS. Employee, it's then employee. If a manager is not able to see that, then some manager said manager. If a manager is not able to see that on behalf of an employee, then manager needs to be added over there. There is first option. The second option is autofill from schedule. Now, what is autofill from schedule is basically pulling up the work schedule, calendar events for that week. Like we did, pattern and calendar events, correct? Yes, whatever the like, 9 to 5 like. For example, I have the job from 9 to 5, from 9 to 2, I will work and there. If there is a need defined in their work schedule, then there would be a gap and again, whatever after me. Whatever the other working hours would be entered. If this autofill from schedule is there, employee can do one thing, they can go to their sheet and they can add it over here. Also, if they are not able, you have to add it over here also. This is also need to be added. In the business process, then another is clear. What does that clear mean? Is base clear? What does that mean? It is basically removing all the entries which is there in the timesheet and like delete all the entries, refresh all the entries. That is a clear thing that needs to be added. Quick add option, like quick add option. We'll see on that quick add option. Quick add option is another sheet will come into the place and you will quickly add the numbers. That's it. We'll see. This template is not ready yet again. Enter time by week, by week. By week, you need to enter the time if that is enabled, and enter time by type is basically time type, is basically your time entry code if you want to enter by the time entry code. All those things which is over here definitely needs to be added to the security. It just calculated. Time is the adjustment that the worker will not do. Only the payroll partner and the time tracking administrator does that if they want to manipulate the calculations and run calculation. This is refreshing the calculation. Have you done payroll? Yes, I've done payroll. Where payroll also you run calculations. On the payslip, we see recalculate results. This is the same over here in time calculations also. Only doing the refresh does not refresh the underneath calculations. Time calculation is like that recalc, and like people used to have like recalc. This is something. Other things like the default time entry method, like for example, enter time by type, land over here, or to expand payroll costing allocation. This is not at all my genre. Alright, which I do. Expanding allocation of the payrolls or all those things hide pay indicators. What is pay date indicators is basically when in the period schedule, if your payroll is also mentioned, there is a payment date mentioned, correct? If you see the period schedule. Have you seen that? No, I've not seen that. But there's always on the calendar. You have the date is calculated and the date is paid, for example, and the payroll. I think you created your own period schedule. You can read. Here you see there is a payroll date. What will happen if the date is falling over herein? It will show like pay date. On the calendar, if the dates are mentioned over here, and also it is clicked over here, high, if it is not hidden, then it will show. If you hide, it will not. The high time period lock indicators. It is very clearly like when the lock time entry same also lock and date and all. Display calendar balance. Display absence balance is like your absence balance can be seen over on the timesheet. Where is the timesheet area? On the timesheet area over here. If it is clicked, alright. This is the basic calendar view. Any questions in this particular area? No questions. Now the business process. Submit time by period means when you submit the time, it will submit the time for that period from start date to end date. Not weekly for the period. Generally, it is advisable to make it by period that the payroll does not have an issue like payroll files. When the payroll file runs, or in Workday Payroll, also an extra work shouldn't be done, or over there. That's why we do submit by period, independent event. Even if you have a weekly view, and let's see the pay alert. That's even if it's a bi-weekly and you have a weekly view. But when you submit for the entire bi-weekly period, and that's how you get paid correct. Yes, that is the reason we do by period. And it is very advisable like, if you don't do by period to period, then what will happen? We'll do for the entire week only. And then what happens? Sometimes some workers do forget about their previous week. And if they are an hourly employee, you know in this industry how it goes, like they get back our 2-hour payment, they will miss their one of the period or one of the week. That's why a road time approvals by work tag. If you have any work tags mentioned over there, and for example in the call centers, like you can have to create condition rules like if this cost center is there, then the approval would go to another rather than manager. It will go to your call center hierarchy manager or timekeeper or some other security group. If you want to mention over here, then you can add your work tags over there. Submit text is the general text that we give. This we managed to approve. It says as a standard text true, when you submit your time card, there is a text column that comes in the picture. When we'll do that, we'll see that high volume confirmation text menu. It is basically, if an individual worker is doing for themselves, it is submit text. But what happens? High volume is like when you are running. For example, tomorrow is the deadline of the payroll cutoff, and in Workday, we do automate that whatever time has been entered but not submitted, we do auto submit and auto approve. At that point of time, it's not an integration. It's a scheduled process event that runs on behind. And that point of time, it's a high volume thing, correct? It's not about one worker to work, it's about, like for example, hundreds of workers. Or we do, based on the eligibility and time template. For example, the time sheet runs for a country or a company. Alright. For example, here in Netherlands, our cut-up date is 8. All those workers who are eligible for time tracking and they have entered but not submitted their auto. Submit would run or auto approver would run. That's a high volume. That's why you need to have a confirmation text over there. You can have it over here. Information text is basically before going to approve a submission text effort, certifying text. I don't know about it what it is, but allow mass autofill from schedule. Mass means high volume. If you want to autofill their every details, autofill their schedule for a period, then this needs to be allowed for the workers. Like when you're doing high volume type. We will not cover totals right now. We will cover totals when we start working on calculations. Now time shifts. There should shift work, alright. In shift workers, we can also have the governing entity from the time entry template. For example, if I add Workday deliver time entry template, here I can have maximum. It is work delivered. Maximum duration of out. They don't mention maximum duration of meal. It can be of 24 hours. Maximum duration of break. It can be of 24 hours. Group time blocks for shift based on split by daybreaker. Daybreaker is always term end of the shift. We can make like what is the shift transition? End of the shift, beginning of the shift or majority of hours of shift. Like for example, I have a shift from 4 p.m. to morning 2 p.m. Neither the day of shift would be calculated from or like today is. I think today is 11th. For example, today my shift is from 4 p.m. to 2. It is going to 12th of March, correct. There's a transition from 12 a.m. to the next day, but the shift would be counted as 11th of March shift. If I select majority of shift, beginning of shift would be 11th March. Today is my shift at any given point of time. If you want to calculate the shift date based on the beginning of shift, then if I enter 2359, also the shift would be counted of 11th of March. End of March would be the out time of the shift. Like if I started today, but my out time is tomorrow, that my shift would be counted for tomorrow, not for today. Alright, it is basically on the and split by daybreaker is basically from today to tomorrow. If it is the other option, majority of shift, if it starts from 8 p.m. and ends at 4 on this side and 4 on that side, it always consider as the entry point. Alright. This is the time shift area. Now project. A project is basically connected with the finance. Enable time tracking by project. A project is majorly connected with the finance. Once the finance module is finalized and once there are tasks and projects are entered over here that can be linked to your time entry template where cost allocation. If you understand the cost allocations and not, and everything has been added. If that is done, then this particular area can be utilized which is the first thing is that you have to enable the tenant for the project. They are based on that. Whatever transitions are going on, whatever entries are going on would go to project. It's basically on the finance. Does your company use different apps? Yes, they use that. In that point of time, Whatever entries they are using entry or they are doing, this particular thing needs to be governed first, and then the finance consultant, and you can discuss on the point like which then the majority stake would be coming under the eligibility part. Who are eligible for projects? What roles are eligible for the projects required? Project role for the time increments. What is the role in that project needs to be mentioned. Because and when we do work different, and then we describe the roles in this like when we do. I think in the project allocation or the project planning there is roles mentioned. What are the amount of time that the person would be giving in that particular role? Display phase and task on the time block. When you're entering time, what phase and you are there, what task you're doing. You have to mention everything. Create independent events like whatever the events you are, whatever entries are doing. A separate time block would be generated. This project customer on the entry time. That's all those things. In my previous company, when I was in partner, we used to enter time in out the workday. Then the project code was given in. Everything was being shared. That's the project part. I have not configured anything much on the project side with time entry. But the break fix that I have done. We have seen a lot of things over here. Then attestation, it will come. We will cover this entire attestation with California rule. Majorly we use attestation in California. Me penalty. If you understand that, like if you work continuously 5 hours, you have 30 minutes of break. If you don't take that break, then the company is liable to. If you are avoid that like break, then if your manager says that no need to take that break, then the company is liable to pay you some amount. That is a meal penalty that company gives you. That is California meal penalty. We will configure that before how we used to do it. Like this is the meal set rule has come up right now, where we do what we can say validations and everything. But before that we used to work, get it through time calculations and call fields and everything. Two calculations we used to make time block create calculations and time block conditional calculations, where we used a lot of call fields like first in time and first out time. What is the duration on that? Those things. Localization settings. Oh, if you're entering time to your mobile or to your phone, and if the location services are enabled in your phone and you're using Workday, you can mention the office location, latitude and longitude. Geofencing for mobile entry. If you're not near to that location and you're doing entry that may create cause of trouble to the sister, to you also, the person who are entering that time and the entries would not be recognized as valid entries. That location, latitude and longitude to be added. I have not seen any customer has been doing that. But that whole thing needs to be mentioned over here. That is main part. Now how? What vocal eligibility should we give you? I think you mentioned us workers or something. Let's see like for this employee. Like let's first see this employee. Let me create the worker eligibility. What worker eligibility is over here? You have not added it into any time code group. You have to add it into a time group. It's not discussed about the time code. I know we discussed time code group. Grouping similar easy. You remember I said easy, example electronics and communication. Time entry code is the entry part for similar time entry code groups which are targeted to a population is known as like the time code groups. That when it comes to population it is the eligibility font. Let's create a time code group. A time code group is basically grouping the similar time entry codes together. You may have a regular hours. You may have an entry code of, for example, overtime hours. Maybe if you're a salesperson, you enter regular hours when you're in office, but when you go on a sales meet or, for example, pitching outside business trip hours, but that can be utilized as a, say, different entry code, but that belongs to the sales group. We are grouping two entry codes together for a group. Then it becomes a time code group. I actually had given you those examples. ACA. Let's create the work eligibility over here, United States. One worker can have multiple time code groups, but one would have one peer schedule, one time to template, and one worksheet you can enter. But they can have multiple time code groups or multiple time codes. They can have. They can have multiple time codes and they can be eligible for multiple time code groups. The moment I create a time entry code group regular in and out, when I click on time code group, this is group California, which is the entry code, is eligible. I get regular. Now, if I want to add one more group over here, that regular hours employee would enter here. There would be some business trip hours. I'll create time. Create time in 3 code. Added time to code. Add business trip hours. Unit hours entry method, only hours I'll add. Thank you. Now in the groups, I can add a kit. Time for group. Where's the? Be careful when you select. This is the workday delivered. Now, when I click over here, you see the worker eligibility is like all the workers were in California, United States of America. They are eligible for entry regular hours and business trip hours. Are you with me? Alright, I'll add your eligibility over here. The way I'm writing this, check that. And California. Always mention which eligibility it is for. It is a time entry template eligibility. Location state that you don't get confused with which eligibility is for which one. We may get a lot of time confusion with that. And the state California. The selection list. I click. Now we get our alert that time missing a worker is a better rule. But we have created. Now if I go to the work eligibility, California. Now let's see it. Kelly, I'm going. Mistake. Alright, let me get Texas. Without. Nobody lives in Texas. There's no member. For example, this employee, let's check this employee. Now, when we check this employee, if you have identified, let's see the work eligibility view worker. I'm eligible here. We'll get everything about this book. But maybe you will sign to another template. That's we will get to know. If he is, then we will make sure that he shouldn't be. Now you see, he is already assigned to this template, not to our template. What will go? To go ahead and check the template. Eligibility. What will make for the testing purposes? What we'll do? We'll go to eligibility. We'll go to eligibility. We'll remove this click. It's now again we'll go to the now we have to see if we are a worker is eligible for our time. Now here we can see our worker. This worker which we created is not eligible for our time entry board. What we have done a mistake. We'll see over here. We'll go to our time and a template view. I'm entering the template. It mostly will go to the section. It is still Texas. What I'll do, we'll go and edit. No vision at risk. See the red action. Worker selected. And now again what I'll do. I'm going to do. It's now. I'll go and check the template. Your time and the template is there. Now he's eligible for semi-monthly time lag. Now let's see how many periods this semi-monthly time lag has. Let me see over here. Let's see. They don't have periods after 2020, which means this worker will not be able to enter time because there is no more periods. How he will be entered time? Be able to enter the time. What we'll do? We'll go ahead, go to the period schedule, generate periods. First we'll do for 24 months. Click. The division of last period does not match with the frequency as previously asked to correct the period ended or both. What I'll do? I don't want to mess up with the system right now. You can see the eligibility. This is the eligibility. First, remove the eligibility from the worker. These are the break fix part that all of us do. These kind of scenarios. Generally, the period schedule eligibility comes with the pay group. Just in case you get any query on that, that is most important one. When we know we see will not see the period rule over here, our two important aspects are still remaining. One is a period schedule and works. The first thing that we'll do, we'll assign him a period schedule. I think we have created your period schedule. Location of this country is United States minor housing. It should be United States. I'll just make it Canada for now. Go over here. I did. I'll see if it should. My one pillar is ready. Second pillar is to be third pillar. I have to construct, but my second pillar also I have to check. One thing is a period schedule. I don't have periods over there. I thought I created periods. Why we keep it? Oh, you do have to have till 19, correct? After that, my assignment schedule. Alright, where's my worker? And go where? What are the related actions? Go time leave. Assign custom. Same work. Any worksheet Canada given. Take worksheet. We have given a worksheet and it goes through a business process because worksheet calendar is also assigning. Worksheet calendar is a separate business process. This on this and it does not have this boxy thing. Just check. We have a worker. We have a worker. And we have a worker. We have a worker. We have a worker. Now you see, we have a work schedule for this worker. Correct. Now we have the three important things that we have right now. Now I'll go over here. Go to the related action. Go to time and leave. Go to enter time. Now here we have a worker. I'll see. Let's for this week. I'm entering time. The first thing I'll see over here. And this is right now blank template. We don't have any right inside details. But we do have here we can enter time. The regular hours, whatever you have created. Regular hours, we can enter in and out. See your regular hours. He will see regular hours. Your time code group is this. But whatever you will enter in, like for example 10 to 16. Here I entered 10 to 16 automatically. Data has captured. It is 6 hours, but here the dynamic screens. We don't see the entire picture, like whatever 6 hours they have entered or whatsoever they are entered. We do not see. That is wrong. Correct. Yes, we do not expect like that. The first thing that we expect, if I entered over here 10 to 10 to 18, 5, 10 to 5 sun hours. 6 are here. It is shown correctly. Sun hours here. Why it is not shown here? It's wrong. We have here the time and the template days. See, what are the things we have? Clear, enter access, run calculations. Everything is there. Alright, that's cool. Now why we don't see over here? Because we have not configured our totals. Here are the total sections. What I'll do? We'll go to how we'll do view time entry template AK. And edit it. Now I'll go to total year first. How we will see the totals through our time calculation tags. We have total number of totals we can have is total now 12 because of the new updates. Total I added. Now for example I'm adding regular hours. Alright. All the accumulation of regular hours should be together. I'll go over here few details. I see the reported hours is in and out. This time to this time and the sources should user enter. Go to the calculated and see which calculation tag is generated. This is the card that this regular hours is using. What I'll do, I'll add the total page over here. Whatever value is AK. Regular will show under the label of AK. I go to my screen. Go to the time block. Refresh it. And I'll see a display of the totals. Now for example, this book is good for business trips. If I click on the time frame right now, it is all regular. We don't have added our business right now. We'll have to add it out. Reason here, we break those things. Whatever you have mentioned. Now let's go to our time code group. Time code group. It has country region is Canada and entry code is business trip hours. You have to see that. What we'll have to do? We'll have to first hit this. We have to go to the entry locations. You have to see that. We have to set up the entry. It's a little bit more complicated. We have to set up the entry locations. We have to set up the entry locations. Seat business trips are there. And business trips are only hours. Like 8 hours. You will not see the block coming up on with the timings. You'll see on the top. But now we see we don't have business trips over here. We have just this, the template. Here we were creating the time entry template. The time entry template is done. And we did the entries. Now what else I had given you on that day? You asked me to create some labels like the night overtime. I did. Time entry template that we have. Your time entry template. What is the code of the template? Let's start with. And we're doing for Canada only right now, correct? We're doing it for Canada. We could not find the US employees. You have created. The calculation tag you also have generated. I found how to create the tags and the name. Alright. We got a requirement that if anybody is requesting more than 8 hours for a day, apart from 8 hours, any hours he is clocking, that should be categorized as a overtime. Perfect. That's a requirement. Simple record. Whatever the hours which are getting stored through a time entry code, regular is storing. Getting stored in this PK regular. This bucket has got full overloaded after 8. Its capacity is 8. After that, anything is overtime. That should flow to this area. Correct. We are going to configure that only. The first calculation we are going to create is rate time calculation. The task is time calculation. Go there and take a daily overtime. There are several types of calculation. We would be using the standard overtime calculation. This is a one type of calculation. We will use this. We click. Now, what is the period? The first thing that it asks. This is basically the criteria region. What is a threshold? This is the criteria decides. Alright. For example, here we want bi-weekly configurable period, day rolling 24 hours, shift weekly. Daily means every day. We are looking at threshold. Weekly means every 2 weeks. We are looking at the threshold of regular hours. Configurable period is like if you want to 4 days, 5 days, or based on a period you are looking at it in 90 days. If somebody has clocked more than 260 hours, then after 260 hours, whatever hours are going to be overtime or based on what you want. Rolling 24 hours is basically the 24 hours period. Like if there are periods wherein doctors, for example, they work 24 hours in the hospital, comes in sometimes. Alright. They are. And after that, after a few hour break, then again they go on to work. That is one kind of a period like configurable period. What kind of a period that we're losing at? Shift similar weekly. Alright, we will learn daily, monthly and weekly. That is the one we do in our day-to-day life. Alright, if you want to use any call field, then we can use call flow over here. But right now, or is if somebody is clocking more than 8 hours. Now, this is the criteria we have seen, but here it is like your criteria, like if somebody is clocking, replace hours greater than 8. But that 8 hours, how would the system would identify that 8 hours is the regular hours? There comes the calculation tag. What we'll do, we'll add your AK regular. What now? Understand the time, understand the concept, 8 hours. If somebody is clocking more than 8 hours and those 8 hours are getting through this 8K regular, then the rest hours apart from 8 hours would be overtime. But those new 8 hours where we would store that, we would store in 8K overtime. Overtime. Over. And our regular is done. Our regular would take a step back. The stepping back of this would be from remove that. The fresh hours apart from 8 hours would be stored over here. Then regular has no work to do. It would be categorized as 8 hours of overtime, and whatever he has worked more than 8 for that day would be categorized as 8 hours of regular time, and it is regular time. This is the conditions that we have covered that. This is what we are going to do. But where is the population? Which population should it? This calculation should trigger that we defined in groups. Which is eligibility. We will create the time calculation group. This is a time entry code group. Similarly, time calculation has time calculation group. We will create a time calculation group. Can't we take the eligibility from the time code? What we created, and we can take the eligibility. Like I'll copy paste and it will be the same. It will take. But the group would be different. Time entry has similar time entry codes together. It's time code group. Similar calculations together. Time calculation group. And all of them combined together through worker eligibility. I click. This is the most confusing part-time calculation group, time code group. My calculation is ready. The moment you click, there is an alert that pops up. And the alert said a priority has not been assigned to a time calculation. If the priority is not assigned, please assign a priority. The moment you create a calculation, priority comes into the most important, and it is the most vital part that it should be assigned. Then the system would think like which calculation should run at what order. Priority plays an important role. If you do not add any priority, the background calculation would run randomly. And maybe it gives you a correct result or not. The moment you want the result, it will not give you the result. It will give you a result randomly. That's why priority plays a very vital role. The way you need to do is like go to the time after you create the calculation. Go to maintain, maintain, and calculate priority. Take it on. I will give you. And that's good. 0. You can make naming convention anyhow. But if it is for the similar calculation, make sure that they are in the order. Like the second calculation, I will make double time. I will make it zoo, that it will understand the priority centers. You can have 001, 002, 03, whatever. But right now, like there are n numbers of calculations. That's why I made it like that, a significant order. Now let's see the test case. And let's do this time entry. It did VR eligibility. I put it up at it. See the calculation. There is another area. Eligibility type. The way you didn't cut time code group. I mean just blank, and you have another section eligibility, similar time calculation. Let's take this area. Let's first clear. And click, I added 10 in time, 20 out time. Total hours of work would be like 10 hours. Eight hours would be your regular and rest 2 hours would be your overtime. Click, you'll see how things change. 8 hours is regular, 2 hours is your overtime. See automatically now, as a consultant, how I can see the difference of the calculation tags holding values. I'll click on the over here on the block. Go to the view details. Go to calculated and you see the differentiation. 8 hours is hold it over here and 2 hours is hold it over here. A very beautiful description. Similarly, if I just make sure that the calculation now view and calculation, this is how the calculations are made in Workday. Here I stated you, whatever 8 hours is it is holding, whatever hours is it is holding, it will get subtracted by 8. That would remain with him. Rest would be going to here. Now if I don't like, if I edit this time, calculation click, do not put a regular over here and just click how the internal calculation would be impacted. Let's see. I'll go to the action run calculation, refresh this calculation. You'll get double regular. I think that's. Let's see how it will work, what it will do. It will give 10 hours overtime directly. It will not remove himself from that calculation. And you'll see like this. But And after 8 hours, somebody is working. It is overtime, but the person clocks 12 hours, then any hour after 12 hours would be considered as double time. Got? And this is the regular requirement that comes everywhere. 8 hours, regular 8 to 12, overtime 12 and above. Double time correct. Yes, alright, good. Now we will create another calculation and duplicate it. Alright, good. Now we will create another calculation and duplicate it and calculate daily double time. Now again the same standard overtime we will use. You might have a question like, this is overtime, why we are making it for double time? We will see the transition, how we can do it. What we have seen said, if somebody is going beyond 12, correct? Yes, but 8 to 12 is overtime, correct? Yes, which means the 4 hours. If somebody is going beyond 4 hours, that would be double time, correct? Understood, yes, but that 4 hours is holded by which calculation time? Not regular. It is not with regular, it's with overtime. Those 4 hours which is holded by. If somebody is going beyond that, that would be a new calculation. Tag AK double time. Remove the group AKK. This other way to add a priority is go to the action, go to time calculation and click on the maintain priority. And here I will give him AK0 to 0 to 0. Now let's make this calculation and modify it like 8 to 9. Let's make it 9 to 9 to 23 around 14 hours. I click, you will see the changes over here. 8-hour overtime, 4-hour double, 8-hour regular, 4-hour overtime rest. 8 for 2 hours where it goes. We should add it to the template. I think absolutely first, but see the difference first. Calculate it over here. See the break even part. Such a beautiful way of finding those things. Irregular hours. AK, there is overtime and the rest is double time. Now I'll add this double time over in my template now. View worker time eligibility. Oh, 1 second. We see the time and detector. We'll go to the total. Edit the time and the template. First total, add another total, click. Go to the time block, click. We did not add it to the total, but it's there. The total I did not add, but it's there. This is the basic way of working with this algorithm. Now what I can give you as a task, what you can do, please create the weekly overtime. If somebody is going beyond 40 regular hours, then that should be categorized as 40 monthly, sorry. If somebody is going beyond 40 hours in a week, then that should be categorized as weekly overtime. Give me a second. Make sure that you make this calculation where you would have to see the regular hours, which is going beyond 40. You make that. And after that, in the configurable period criteria, configurable period 160 hours, that is a monthly hours, alright? Now let's make a different calculation. Let's make a special allowance for our night shift employees. If somebody is working from, let's say, 9 p.m. during that period of time, alright, that employee is eligible of additional bonus of, let's say, $15 per hour. It's a simple requirement. It's a day-to-day requirement, like somebody's night allowance you gave, like similar like that. But those conditions, we have a calculation which is known as shift differential, create time calculation. Shift differential. In order to have that calculation, we have already set up a calculation which is known as shift differential. Right? There are a lot of calculation types. The most important is time block and time block create calculation. Predictive scheduling calculation. We do not use overhead rate. We do not use minimum weekly hours. We use minimum rest. We can use. But I think Workday has given that minimum rest calculation for the minimum rest kind of a thing. But no of the Workday customers are using that minimum daily holiday block create calculation. Flexible time calculation, and these are the new one as flexible time and accumulated over time. These are the new calculation which has come up, but most important, like the top most priority calculation where the call fields are used is time block create calculation. Time block conditional calculation. We should see this a lot. Standard overtime calculation. Now, right now we are shift differential calculation. Start time to 1. Sorry. Automatically. It has 9 p.m. and the end time is 3 am. From which bucket we are targeting? The regular. Now, then you will ask me question, why not remove tag? I will answer. I will answer your question. I will not add remove tag over here. Answer your question. But first let's make this calculation ready. What's the calculation name? Aknight, it's there. It's there on screen. A third or fourth second. Underscore 00. The differential calculation would be considered as stop. Alright, that is the thumb rule. Add it over here. I will enter the time from 20 to 04. See, click. I will see some shift differential hours. Probably 8 hours shift differential. Y is shift differential. How many hours we have entered should be 3 and 7. Let's see 6 hours, but here it is showing 8 hours now. Let's see no why. Why it is showing 8? Because here we have also added this day also 9 to 11. 22 to 3 hours of there. 20 to 22 2 hours. If you see over here 6 and 2. Now you have a question that here you have not removed. Regular from the bucket, removed up Y. When I mentioned you the description, I stated that this is an additional amount. Additional amount of night shift. For example, I am a worker who is a contractor. I am getting $10 per hour. Understand, I work 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours means $70, $75. I got 7.5 hours and night shift premium has $20 per hour. If you work in night during this period of time, you get additional $20 every hour. Additional $20. 30, total became my 20 into 6 and 20 or 20 plus 75. Now 195 is my total day's income. When I say additional, regular is also a part of that hour, because if I remove regular, then my 2 hours to whatever 6 hours are excluded. Correct. Yes, regular is always a part of that. It's because night shift allowance, it is top of your regular income. Correct. Your regular would always be there, but the top of would be given as an additional. That is the night allowance for a salaried employee. Also, like if you are salaried employer, we are working in the night, we get a top of allowance, but that does not impact our regular salary. Regular salary is there. Alright, it's in addition to, in addition. Right now, I said 20. But what if it would have been $5 additional, if I would have added $5 additional, if I would have over there, then if I had removed AK regular, then there is a loss making for this employee. Correct. That is one good calculation. One question I have is, this is like a flat amount which we are giving and go by the tag, the whatever tag we created. But let's say I want to give them 30% of their regular. How do I do that? 30% of their regular. But it is for a day, correct? Every day 30% of their regular. In the sense what? Let's say they are working per hour 30% of their regular income. Extra during that time. You have captured number of instances, like for example, $10 is my regular hour. Alright. You give 30% of that 10 hour, 3 per hour, correct? Alright, during that time. This, though you have maintained. This is a correct calculation what you will do in payroll in your related calculation. In your related calculation, you have to mention that regular, the calculation that you would enter the number of hours in regular divided by the percentage. That would be arithmetic calculation. It is in your related calculation of payroll. If your units would be, you will have to mention the tags over here, the regular tag over here, your night shift tag, and then the mathematical calculation would be done in the calculation. We don't do the calculation and timekeeping. No, why we would do our? The payroll calculation wasn't from our end. Our end is to give the hours. Timekeeping is all about hours. Everything is with the payroll. The 30% of this would be payroll. Timekeeper never work on this particular thing on the hour part in the payroll, external earning code or earning code in the related calculation. There's a related calculation over there which pulls hours and everything. There you will have to mention. Are we clear with those two calculations? Yes, very clear. Great. 2 of our calculations are done today. Alright, I will teach you the next part. This is the base one. Now, The 2 days that we will spend would be on most scenario basis, which is the 1 day. Actually, that 1 day would be more over into our time block calculation and time block rate calculation. What I want you to do now, these are like the very good calculation. If somebody works on 5 consecutive days, somebody works on 5 consecutive days, the 6th consecutive day, whatever hour he enters, that is given. That is given as 1.5 times of his regular income per hour. I work 5 consecutive days. The 6th day when I enter the office, whatever I put an hour would be considered as an overtime or a special premium. 6 consecutive premium. It is a calculation in the United States. Let me create that calculation. Create time calculation. Sixth day is a consecutive day calculation which we will use. And just rename it to each consecutive day. We will not use this. The number should be 5 or 6. No, I just gave you 5. The number should is 5 because 5 consecutively 6 days is considered as your 6th consecutive day. 5 days your regular. We will do a lot of brainstorming on this consecutive calculation like there would be. We'll create condition calculations on this. We'll see how things changes here. Talking about priorities like the double time. Priority should be higher than overtime, or overtime should be higher than double time. It depends on which calculation is dependent on which. Double time is dependent on overtime. Here, in calculation, whatever is the ascending number is the higher. Ascending number like the order of like 1001 is always higher than 1003. Correct. It is in stack. Right? 1003 is dependent on 1002. If the hours reaches more than 4, then 1004 would be called out. 1003 would be called out correct. Yes, it is interdependency. Here is a dependency you see. Alright again, I'll just edit this time and record. The dependents would be a lower priority. They are the strong. They're the lower numbered. I. I clear this calculation. I will add the time. From here. Thank you. 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 The fifth day, 50-50. I'm sorry on this. The fifth day would be given as the hours. I'm sorry. I would have written over there in the sixth. You're correct on that. I. I'm sorry. I didn't read that. I was like, after I had an impression of that. I will see the total dramatics of this entry. See how different it is over here. I'll run back at this. See 6 days, the consecutive day, and everything has been added over here. You see the breakup also over here. It came as overtime because it went more than that regular hours. Then night shift also came into the picture. Because we entered more than 8 hours. But now, if we do not want, like for example 6 days, we taken as in a different way. No night shift, nothing would be given on that day. No premium, but entirely different rate. A 6 days, somebody is working. No overtime, no double time. Any hour he works, it should be given as into 2. Correct. If this is the case, then our overtime, double time, whatever we are getting payroll, we'll get that. Now what we have to do? We have to remove them. Entire hours. I want it to be regular. Whatever. Premium. What I'll do? I'll have to do one thing. I'll have to include those bucket also. And here I have to remove them again. What? How about a double time? Do we want to remove them? If somebody has worked with them, definitely. Since our entry did not evolve without downtime, but we will do that. It's good perfect. Is that good for you? It's good. On your way. Does that stop this one? Not at least. I will not be in one. Alright. Then that's fine. That's fine. I can take those questions. Now that we will, and I will say that I will click 1 second. It is consecutive. This is the way to do this. Now, what you will do, you will create the 7th consecutive day, 6th consecutive date, whatever it is. It's there. I want another 7th consecutive day, and you create that. Alright, that is your homework weekly, monthly, and this one. Just go through it and let me know if you face any hurdle in terms of entering time. Any questions with today's session? No questions far. Alright, please keep revolving that and let me know on tomorrow. Today was like a very brief session. We did entries and we should see those are the results. Things would go complicated, for the classes when we have called fields involved. Just go through it and let's do. You. Your entries are not working. This is something that you are stating correct. All three, the weekly overtime, the monthly overtime, and then the 7th consecutive day, nothing is working. You enter, let's see. 6th consecutive day, your weekly overtime isn't working. The overtime and the 7th consecutive day is not working. And I even tried changing the priority. That also did not help. No, it is not working because everything is in and condition. The calculation tag are under and condition. What has happened over here? What is? It is saying that in a week, if a K6 consecutive day and double time and overtime, in a K regular time, all of them. R40 then it should replace. What do you need today? Different. This is over. Let's first keep it like this. Priority shouldn't be 1. And then, if you can also let me know, how does the priority work? It's very confusing for me. It's like, where's your priority number? Because your calculation starts from E, K now. If they can filter on A, K or something, I don't know. We'll see from AK would come after the. There's no AK over here. There should be one. I put priority 1 there. No given like 1, 2, 3, 4 now. What is happening first over time? If the condition is 2, it is, these are correct. This will see this, then this would come into the picture. That is correct. Weekly overtime would come after this, because it's after 5, make it 6. Whatever, you know what time you give daily. If the dependent calculation is dependent time calculation is coming after your first, then it should have an increasing number. Example, double time is dependent on overtime. Correct. Overtime is not there, then why is double time? Double time or weekly overtime does not depend on the entire one. It is dependent on overtime, double time. That's why, if these are not true, then why it should cover up. That's why we make it independent. If this calculation is dependent on that. Now, if I click and I just run the calculation, I'll see weekly OT would have some values. I see weekly OT has some of the values. This is how these calculations work in our day-to-day life. That's the first one. Now, if I see your 7 consecutive day calculation, I think I did the same mistake. I go over there. Then the weekly. You added regular, but I have to add regular overtime and double time. Correct. The time calculation time. The same mistake. Right now I'm removing all those things. Just going to enter. Let's see 7 consecutive days has some values. It does not have any value. What time has taken over those values? The reason behind weekly Vodam has taken those values, the 7th consecutive day hasn't been there, is because your weekly overtime is coming on what I'm like the 40. It is going beyond 40 hours. It has more weightage. That's this. Your weekly OT has been given us the important. We can do over here. We can do this. This is your weekly OT. No, this is not a K. Just click. But technically, I should have a double time and overtime also here. Correct. It depends like how, if you want to include. You got some of the values, but it should be 2 hours. It's coming 7-8 hours right now because we have to make some changes on that night shift. We have to include night shift or also an overtime also. Now I will do it again. Over. I will not remove the you can add fit because night shift is an allowance. It's an option. But there is right now, as a consultant, how we did. We see what are the calculations on what goes wrong. But in individual entries, we go ahead and check like this. Now what tags are getting generated? You tag. Like this way. Go ahead and check all the tags over here. This sometimes becomes very tedious. Like checking every block and what's the value is with them and gives very tedious and it takes a lot of time for a consultant. In order to get the blueprint, like what calculations are running, what entry code has been entered, all those activity, how I and other consultants do is basically we go to this PDF. This PDF, it gives the entire picture of the time card. What will happen the moment I click on the PDF? What will happen on the bell icon? I'll get a kind of calendar for that worker. What it gives? It gives the entire picture for the week. It says what calculation had triggered, what entry code I had entered for a time type regular. It has 2 calculation tags a kid, and this overtime calculation has triggered. And this calculation has triggered, and this tag is generated. You see, yes, this is the correct way of brainstorming when an error has occurred or when you are looking forward for a calculation. For example, On 7 consecutive, the way you expected your calculation, new call text should appear over here. Correct. But it did not end. The calculation not triggered, which means you have made a mistake in these calculations. Then you go and check that calculation. This is the way that every consultant do. But you see, now we have corrected the calculation. That's why we see like a calculation tag is there. This would be the break point for, this would be the initiation point for troubleshooting. This is the correct way. Now, there's one, monthlies also. You can do it. You can brainstorm on that and make those changes. But what I want now to give you, that let's complicate the situation. It's an homework. Now you got the point correct. And on 7th consecutive day. Understand on 7 consecutive day in if the hours are going beyond 5. On 7 consecutive days the hours are going beyond 5, then that would be considered as double time. Double time more than 5. You need to play with the standard overtime calculation. Where you need now, standard overtime calculation would be used. Rest. You figure it out. I'll try to think about it. All playing with the call text simple. Alright. That's the first calculation. Now let's clear this one. Let me just clear this one. No week. Let's start looking at company perspective utilization. I'm working in a consulting company. My bonus and my promotions are dependent on my utilization. Understood? Simple. And the utilization would be taken from the time cards. Simple. Time sheets can be used with your utilization. There are many ways, but we are going to do a simple way. A very standard way. For an employee to also be aware and for the company to be also aware. We will do week by week. Week by week our utilization work. I'm doing in a very simple way, but there are a lot of ways like project time entry where we see the utilization based on the task and how many hours we give. Correct. Billing and those things in consulting company billing and everything comes into the picture. Let's create a time calculation. Hours calculation. For 100% utilization, you should have 40 hours or whatever work based on the company. what will happen? See what is the minimum hours for an employee. I added 8 hours automatically. Comma. This can be used in multiple ways. I just sent, like I taught, an example of utilization, or there should be some other way of like word completion or triggering point or threshold point that can be looked from this time card or whosoever lags. You can take out a report and report to that employee. This particular calculation is known as minimum weekly calculation. Minimum weekly. If you go beyond 40, then it stays 40, or what happens there? If you go beyond 40 in a week, then what happens? It will vanish. Let's see. It got vanished. This is one kind of calculation. No, let me just clear this up again. A simple evaluation which they nailed. Everybody uses, but you can have a look into this. Let's see now. Think about a different kind of a thing about we did. What are the calculations we did? Consecutive day is done. This is holiday block. Create calculation. It is for Canada. I think Canada and us, we don't use it automatically. Holiday blocks create through your holiday calendar event. Minimum daily hours, minimum rest to minimum rest is your schedule deviation. This term, predictive scheduling. It is used with attestation, schedule, deviation, shift, differential standard over time. The most two importance are like, the two important ones are 1 second. The two important ones are, where to put this? This is a very annoying thing. Create unconditional. We did this. We did this. Let's see schedule deviation. These, like fancy calculations, are never been used. The most important are like the last two. Schedule deviation is basically for an in and out worker. Thank you. First, let's see it's scheduled. Alright, we have a worksheet calendar for him. How to see work schedule for a worker? You can go to Action, scroll it down. You should use for worker. When you open this worker, you will see his schedule. Oh, here 8 am to 4 pm. Alright. Now let's enter some hours for this employee and see how the time calculations are coming up. Eight to 6. Now, when we enter these hours, let's see how time calculations have been created on the behalf. I go to View Details. I go to Calculator. It's a key unscheduled days. Is it a scheduled day for him on 13th? I think is a scheduled day, but once again what I did, and over here is a calculation. Oh, it got unchecked. It's a regular hour. Now, if I make it what will happen? Let's see. One hour before he has joined. Let's see the calculation, what it does. For example, in some companies, I have never used this calculation. We use time block conditional calculation. With more complexity and more advancement, Workday has released this calculation. First check in, last check out. Do you understand that? First check in is early check in, late check out, or late check in and early check out. I understand those. Some companies do have those validation and want to know that when somebody is working early or somebody is like leaving early, those kinds of scenarios should be captured in a time card for check in, check out workers, possibly a check in, check out clock and clock out, or a contractor who is working on like time hours basis. What it does, what we're looking at to regular hours, everyday regular hours, somebody scheduling before then, before checking. If somebody after the last scheduled out, if somebody is working late, then last check out why this has been done. There are a few things. First, if somebody is putting in extra hours, the first thing, let's take an example of for a work-life balance. If somebody is continuously going home late, the manager can analyze the report and say that you should leave early or at the given time. If somebody is leaving during the scheduled shift, then the stack would generate and the manager can analyze and can ask like why you leave it. But how the manager will analyze everything? You, as a consultant, has configured it. You can put it in your time card with a new total. Number of first check in, number of first chart check out, number of first scheduled shift, and number of unscheduled shift. You can put it in your time card, but on a high level, generally it is categorized through our reports and reports. Generally we do that. It does not look in your time card. Like if you put much of tags over there, much of values, nobody, after a period of time, nobody would be going to give that much of importance because the manager would also get bored with many of totals and like many of field values. It doesn't look that lean to them. And the time card would not look that clean to them. That's if somebody is moving late, if somebody is moving during the shift, somebody is working on unscheduled day, then these tags would come up. What does the green schedule mean between scheduled shift, between the working hour? Let's see how it. Oh, sorry. This is for between scheduled shift if somebody is entering, but that is for shift workers, not for regular workers. There are different kinds of shift workers. You need to have calendar events. Calendar events. I have taught you calendar events. We went through that course for those who are entering between the schedule shift. Then that would work right now. Or calculation is based on calculated date for the entire date wise. There is two types of calculation. One is time based on a calculated date and the second one is time based on a shift date. That works for the shift workers. That 2 times kind of over here. Let's start with the creating. Calculated calculations. Let's first create a holiday event. On 3/16 it's a holiday. First, let's start with this employee later, right? Copy this employee. Go to worker time. Is the holiday calendar for him. Let's create a calendar event. Calendar, then go to add calendar event on the 16th tomorrow. This is all day event. Test holiday. Let's go to the calculation. Test holiday block has ended. Now we got a requirement that if somebody is entering any hours on a holiday, public holiday, that hour would be considered as those many hours would be considered as double time. No slot state. Any hours on a holiday, the criteria would be that day is a holiday. Public holiday. Correct. Now let's create one calculation. We are going to use time block conditional calculation. What it is saying on a holiday, if any hours is being entered on the block hours, when we enter a time, a block is generated, those many hours would be considered as double time. Now when we click, we got a criteria. Criteria are always true and false. Understand that all the criteria. First criteria is time block. Second criteria is time shift. Third criteria is time condition, time date, and fourth is time week. No time block means on the block itself. The true, false condition becomes on the block itself. There is a business object call field which we will use is time block. When we do in shift, then it is known as time shift. When he condition which is made under a shift, like if it is a third shift and you're working, then you would be given some of the extra benefits. When it is for the entire day, a call field that we create, which is known as time day or workday own field week, and then it is for the entire day. Time week is something for the entire week. We work on a time block and then time shift. There are employees who work on shift, where one day they start and they end up another day. One is your first shift. One is your second shift. One is your third shift. For example, there can be shifter which is from 8 am to morning 4 am. Team. Shift B is from 2 am to Shift C is a night shift 11 pm to. These are particular way of like. For example, these are the particular timings of working. Like in big organization, in hospital industries, or in any manufacturing industry, people work on shifts. That entry is governed on shift. For example, if somebody is working on night allowances are given. Correct. For example, bonus payments or for night shift premium. That we have done. Those kinds of things are done to shift. How to define shift? We have on the time entered number 3 also defined that. But apart from that, first make that worker a shift worker, making their work schedule calendar and adding calendar events in the shift workers calendar events. Add calendar, even the way I did for holiday calendar. Similarly, we have to add some calendar event for a worker on their work schedule calendar. That's the shift. There's a basic of shift. These are the 4 conditions, how we and all of them. There's the thumb rule would be a true-false condition. The condition is true and we have the included time calculation tag added, then we'll trigger. Now we have a condition that if it is a holiday. First we will use Workday. If Workday has a given calculation, then we will use that is holidays, Workday given. We will use it. How our condition will run. First, it will see if it is a holiday true, which bucket we are using a K regular. A K double tap. A regular. What will do? If it is false, then this calculation will not trigger and will not become double time. A K time. I added the happens if that holiday is on a Friday and he has already worked 40 hours, he is already getting double. Double time. Now let's see what happens. I added some of the hours on. What happened? Automatically, all the 4 hours went to double time. It's a simple calculation. Let's make it more complicated. If it is a holiday and the reported hours is more than 5, then the entire hours would be given as double time. Nothing, it would be considered as regular hours. For example, if I reported hours and more than 5, the entire 5 or whatever I reported would be double time. Else it would be regular. Now we will create a call field. When I said for the entire day, which means the total day, hours. Create call field. Day means the business object would be time day. CF date. This is the ideal way of writing. TF first your call field abbreviation. Then your business object. There is a time day. What kind of condition it is? It is a true-false condition is a holiday and reported hours is greater than equal to 5. Business object. Always check the business object. Time day. Time day. A 5 additional field in the category. Make it time. As a best practice moving forward in training, I may not do it, but you always remember these are the 2 things that you always have to do as a good consultant and as a good like a word, first reference, ID change. Whatever is the name over here, always put it over here. Why, whenever you are migrating, you will not face error duplication. And the category should be time day. Click. Whatever it is, what's the business object you're targeting? You will use that. In the time, the total hours is 4 right now. double time is gone. See, double time has been added again. Double time is there. It's a very simple calculation that we have done over here. The question which I had earlier was like, let's say on Thursday, by Thursday is already worked 40 hours. And then on Thursday is working 41, 42, 43 hours. That's already double time. Then what happens? The double time would increase over there. The quality would be increases. Even if it is a double time, it started from a double time. For example, on itself on Thursdays, a double time has come into the picture, but whatever extra hours you will enter, that would capture into for double time. I didn't get it. That would be a double time. Even if it is whatever it is, but the condition is getting true. It's a holiday. And our calculation would look at first as a holiday, and this calculation would trigger anyhow. But then we are looking for the tag, which is a regular, but it is a holiday. But on that day, there is no regular tag because the employee has no regular tag. There is no regular tag. Then you will have to add another tag over here. If I got your point, if there is, your tag is not starting generating a regular tag. Then what you will have to do already a double time over here. Then you will have to add your tag over here double time. But then I'm not getting any benefit working on a holiday because it's already. This is the hypothetical example. Hypothetical example, like already you have gone. It depends on company. For example, right now, I've given it a double time, but maybe as premium public holiday premium. I just said it as a double time. You're not getting a benefit. That's fine. Maybe it's a premium. Maybe it's something else. What else we can do on this? The tag would be a different tag than in that case. Oh, it's my thinking that I wanted to make it like a double time, but maybe a public holiday premium shift premium. This kind of things come into a picture. Right. I made this kind of a calculation. The next previous day hours is more than 8. Then this day, whatever hours has been targeted would be considered as a premium or a double time. Kind of a thing. We will do that. Like I had one of the requirements when the if on 6 days somebody is entering, if somebody is entering more than 3 hours. Then on the 7th day, any hour would be considered as a double time. What function would that be? I would just like to look into it. We will do this conditional calculation itself. We will create a conditional calculation and the condition would be based on time day. And what would be the business object to look into? Time? Time. No, I mean business. Object would be time day. Business object would be time day. And then in that condition, they put something there. We will see. If we will see, if previous day we'll do some, there will be nested call fields. That's going to some next call fields. What I want to give you a task would be to, you need to create your condition right now since we have done a nested all. Somebody enters a time on Saturday and that Saturday is a holiday. All the reported hours would be given into a new tag, which is a special premium. I get that would be a task for you. Now we will revolve around our things. Don't get confused with the tag itself. I just made it a double time tag for my benefit right now. Like how it will look like. In real life scenario, there are a lot of things. I got the point here. Tomorrow we will start. This is the first frame of the call field. And the business object is time day. Right now, we will do some more analysis. Alright, and we'll see how it looks like. We will see first, on the previous day, what is happening and how it would look like. I'll try to build up some of the logic or some of the scenarios for you because there are a lot of scenarios. I also get confused. Like what to teach you. What is not that typical. First, this is the first like for us also. When I got training from working, they also taught me the first thing is like this, like holiday first and Saturday, Sunday. Oh, this is one of the tasks. I gave you 2 tasks. Correct. What? The task is on 7th consecutive day. If the hours are beyond 5, then it's double time. Yes. Perfect. These are the 2 calculations that you would create. Alright. We were talking about. There is one more important thing that I wanted to let you know is assign work schedule. This also is yes. For example, layer white. This is the worker that we do. This is the same job. It comes in higher business process. It comes in all the time changes, work schedule, calendar assigning thing. But what is basically, this is one integrated part, which decides worker working schedule for the company. First, we select the date from which we want to make it foreign worker. Alright? For example, this date. We started from this and we can create custom like for these 2 days. Blair White would be working for these many hours. We can create a custom work schedule for them and started and ended. This also falls under the category of shift workers also. Alright. You change the shift based on how you want. For us, this is ad hoc work schedule assignment. When you do an ad hoc, like from June or March 6th to 31st of March, this would be an item. But after 31st March, it would be again regular to 440 hours. Whatever it is given. But in calendar events, what should your calendar? We have 2 items. If you see, if I open this, what is pattern? And we know that pattern will come to an end after 52 weeks. Correct. We may not have an experimental or like a dynamic things over there, but in calendar events we may have. Correct. Generally, we use calendar events in a lot of the companies where we can have daily, everyday calendar event and we can make it recurring. Like we add a calendar event over here. This is for Blair White. That's why it's not coming like this. He does not have a calendar rule, name or anything. I think we assigned him some aka, a calendar or something. No, he does not have seen him. There's something. What you can do as I create your own. What I want you to do, create a work schedule calendar. Also, if you get time, we will do tomorrow. We will create a calendar rule for Canada. Automatically that calendar rule would be assigned to them. Now, when you open this particular thing, I don't see any calendar name, calendar rule or group he has been assigned to. But I thought we created the work schedule calendar aka something. But here is no. You see, if you have created, but it has not been your AK. If you have created, let's see what did you tell him. If you have created the hand, you should create a calendar rule also for them. And the rule is not there. You need to create a calendar rule also. Calendar rule is basically the eligibility. Correct. Absolutely. Time tracking. First you finish all those things, then we'll do some brainstorming with our time. Block conditional calculation. We'll create some complexity tomorrow. We'll try to think what are the things with them. Alright? And after that we'll advance our classes to most of the other things. Alright, let's start our session today. Yesterday we did I think time block conditional calculation, correct? How was your practice? Did you find it interesting? I created both. You asked me to create the 7th consecutive day. If hours are more than 5, then the second one was if it is a Saturday, and if it is a Saturday, then it is a Saturday. And if it's a holiday, then they get premium. I want you to check the Saturday one, if you can. Because I just use these functions. It's holiday and it's Saturday. Let's start with worker time and agility. Which organization you are supporting right now? I work for Cox Enterprises. They are here in Atlanta. They're basically you work on Coke to Coke or you work on Honor 2 with them directly. The way to? I'm an employee. Oh, you're an employee. They got your like. Oh man, just not. Please don't mind me. No, he was just right now in your seats. I'm a citizen. I've been 6-7 years. Oh, actually my brother lives in States or he lives in Fremont. It's been 10 years now for him. His GC filing is still stuck. How long it takes? Where is GC filing? It can take like 4 to 8 years to get GC. Really. And then, after GC, you have to be in United States for 5 years to get your function. It all depends on a starting date. What? if you know that you get an approximate idea like 2 years, 3 years, 1 year. Alright. Now let's see. Now let's one thing. CF time. Date is holiday Saturday. Let's see. And that's correct. And the tag which I added are they. You have added a lot of tags. You just need to add this tag. No, but if I don't add that, then it was not coming back. Like if on that particular day I don't have regular, I have double time. Or if I have 7th consecutive day, then 7 you would have to need correct. It's good. Unlike do you have done a very good, like kind of a thing. But if I would have been on you, if that day is a 7th conjugate be coming up, then I would have only added that. How do I do that? What I would have done, that I would have first entered on 7th consecutive day or 6th consecutive day. Alright? But it would have come 6th consecutive day, not 7. No, I removed the 6th consecutive day because it was interfering with the 7th consecutive and another. The general criteria that the condition is correct. The condition is correct. But what I'm trying to say is that before making condition, what you can do as a good practice or as a suggestion, that first enter the time over there. Alright, which tag is generating on a Saturday, just see that first. If your regular is coming up, then you only include a regular and make your conditional calculation the day or what's about. That would also work, like the primary job. This is a good calculation. Alit, there's a good calculation that could work. And I gave you another one. Where's that? What's the name of that calculation? It's called if you put a double after 5 or 8. The first one. 7th consecutive day after greater than 5. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I just wanted to see this one. This looks promising. Great. Good job. It took me to figure out. That's why I gave you this. That's a good one. And I was going to. I was thinking that you told me to go to standard over time. I thought you gave me the wrong one. I should have won the 7th consecutive. Then I thought and thought. And then I said, you know what? It's all based on tags. But it took me like 2 hours to just think about it and get into it. But you did your way of doing that. No, it's fine. Sometimes it takes time, but I just give you a hint that you would use that over time. Alright? That's a good one. It's perfectly fine. I was actually looking to see that if you understand tags or not. Now we have new situations coming up. And our absence plans, we would create new situations over this. Let's think about some scenarios. I'll give you one homework also, but before that I'll give you like 2 things were over here if on Sunday, Monday to Thursday. Alright. The hours are accumulated hours like everyday hours, right? More than 30. Then any hour entered on the 6th day would be considered as a premium hour, right? The 6th or 5th day. The 6th day. Alright? That can be done by consecutive days. But let's think something. Let's scrap it. Let's think something a different way. Oh, conditional calculation. What are the conditions? Have you seen any condition calculation where you had to do some brainstorming? No, I haven't yet. Let's see. Let's talk about one. Yesterday I told you that we would do something different if the previous day or something like that. I forgot that. Let's do one kind of a calculation. Alright? Any hours which is reported on Sun. Any hours if it is reported more than 5. No, let's make it like this. If a day is a Friday, and on Friday if the total number of hours which is reported as more than 5, right? Then on Saturday, each hour. No, not each hour. Each hour would be given as a premium. Are you getting me? If on a Friday, the total reported hours are more than 5, then each of the hours on Saturday would be given as a premium. Now let's brainstorm it. Create time calculation. Premium based on Friday. I'm sorry. Saturday premium based on Friday. Conditioner. This is like a common one in when I was a consultant. I was working with IBM that part of time. We were working for a company. My client was based out of us and they had worked a payroll also. Alright. They had shift premium. Alright. 6 consecutive premium breaks and other stuffs which is there in Workday. Alright. In those particular area, we had some of the like major calculations issues where it's the 6 days worked as more than 3 hours. And if it is falling on a Tuesday, then 7 day, which is falling on a weekday, would be given as a different hour or a different rate. But those kinds of complexity had worked before, and it was SPC, the company name. It's a hospital, something nursing company. SPC for them. I did that. And I had just got an opportunity to work on Workday payroll also, which is another things on that part of time. New earnings and everything. What earning codes were created? Now when I stated your statement that on previous day, if the hours are more than 5, and today is Saturday, then the total number of hours whatsoever employee encounters would be categorized as a premium. Correct. The moment I say date, then automatically a bell should ring that the condition is based out of the day. Most of the conditions would revolve around block and D, or the calpias that will create. Do you have experience with Prism Analytics? Workday is very new to me. I only have like timekeeping experience in pronouns. Start working. If you get time, then start learning Prism. I'm also taking training for Prism right now. That will help with Workday, or that will help. Well, it's a part of Prism. It's a part of Workday. Prism Analytics. And what do I call it? Like a create a Calpias. CF Friday. The best day is day hours is greater than 5. And today is Saturday. What I stated on Friday, the hours should be more than 5. Now you will see nested calculation. Create Kalpat. Time day. SRI is somewhere in the instances. It's greater than 5. SRI is somewhere in the instances. Time day. What are examples of like related field? Like this is previous day and this is a work day. We use few things. The commonly used are which one? The common is time blocks. Time blocks for a scheduled day. For example, it's a work day. Now I create another Calpia. we are looking at from the previous day. I checked all instance and total reported hours from the previous day. And this is what the delivery. I have not created it. I'm just reporting how many hours he has worked today. More than something hours. Today is Saturday. You should remember this. Day. You have to make it time day and the reference ID. You need to change. I stated yesterday also. If previously. The condition is ready. Now which bucket it should look? It should look to your regular. Because if it is not a 6 consecutive day, correct. Your value is true. Your thinking is already also. If it is not a 6 consecutive day. But if the day is a 6 consecutive day, I would have added my 6 consecutive day also. That's true. Your thinking is true, but in our condition. Like my 6 consecutive day, one would come under our condition. Premium hours. Saturday. Premium. Mind. This is the one which might be in a pool. During the reading that whenever there is a premium coming into your calculation. Alright? Whenever there is a premium coming on your calculation, always give the lowest priority. No, its priority means the lowest number like 23. Because that is topmost priority. Because now you see, this whole premium thing is not dependent on your voting. Not your double time. That it has a very simple logic that if previously is a Friday, and that day, if somebody has logged more than 5 hours, then he should get a premium. That's a simple one. Now I can add a priority. Is my calculation. I'll make it 0. You cooking. Tomorrow is Friday. Let me enter time for tomorrow. I already have time here on that. I think 1 to 2 hours. Let's see. No, I think I'm not used. But right now you have Saturday is a holiday. Go to different week. Run calculation. This one going to double time or weekly overtime. Oh, this would go. There is no regular. Let's correct. Now let's see. We didn't see any. I was coming over there. Now let's see. Unscheduled is coming. I didn't see our calculation. See, our calculation didn't run. Now what we'll do, we'll see our calculation. Just to a previous table, I'm going to give suggestions. We have defined the previous day in 3D. Right now he is entering through previous day. He has entered whatever hours. Time blocks are based on calendar date. And this entire day. The entire day. Whatever the transaction block is this particular entry, this index a block. Correct. I'm really complicating it. We'll create a nested calculation. Right now what we did, we first checked what is the previous day value. We reported quantity for that day. Previous day total reported hours for a day. The calculated date. That's fine. We create an identifier that if our house is entered on a Saturday, then it would be considered as Saturday. What I will do right now, I'll create another calculation. Oh, I think I made a mistake in that previous calculation. What was the name? If you put Saturday, we should be able to. The population is not different. I don't know. Add this calculation. To apply on which population? That's why it's not. These kinds of errors that during configuration, it's entered 5 hours. Now, in this day, let's see what is given. It could be, I was on Saturday. How I did it. This is the common mistake that each of us, based on the hurry or based on, we lack sometimes like attention to details. What my calculation is doing first, what the requirement was first. If today's Saturday, and the time I entered on previous day is greater than, I guess, then it should trigger an error. It should give the hours entered on Saturday as premium hours. Correct. Let's go into that field. See at the same day. Let's see. This is particularly known as sum in related instances. What it does it actually does the addition of all the instances. The moment I created this call field, the first thing it asked the relatable field, which field should the calculated field look at? I wanted previous day. I state previous day. What happens? The system looks at a previous day. Now what sum from the previous day I wanted to understand, like what to sum on the previous day. I wanted to sum that how many hours a person reports on previous. Correct. I created all instances. I could have used call food also if I wanted a particular section, like for example, if let's take an example on a previous day, if the night shift hours are more than, then I would have used over here instance where condition is true. Then I would have seen my calculation tag. I would have added with my calculation tag and I again would have added field to sum. Total reported hours for that or the calculated quantity. That would, let's make that. I'll tell you about this. Now the system will look at the total reported hours on the previous day. The sum is done. Once it captures all the values, now the system will. We gave a parameter that it should be greater than or equal to 5. If this is true, and now again I added when I'm entering the hours on Saturday, this will returns to this day is a Saturday. The time entry day is a Saturday. Then it will return the value correct. I hope you understand this. My only concern here is, And it's the first calculation we are going through the related fields and field to sum. How do I know which one to use for a particular? We will. It comes with the practice. Now I give you a very typical one. This is one of the first. One is whatever I gave you. It is a complicated one. I'll tell you one more. Just do a practice. About tomorrow. The night shift calculation that we have right now, it is from, just change it from 5 p.m. to. Thank you. Alright? Just do that. That would be good. Just changing it from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. After that, if I'm giving a section, like a very good calculation that if the time entry which is done on a Saturday, the time entered, but during that night shift, on a Saturday would be catered. Saturday night premium. Are you understanding me? I'm entered on a Saturday. During that period of time, the general night shift, that would be catered as a special night. Using the calculated fields or because there is a schedule, a deviation or something. No need to take any risk. You just first work on that. Calculated a shift differential. Just first change that hours from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. That week existing one. After that, you will create a conditional calculation. In that conditional calculation, you will create a cal if it is Saturday. Total report is Saturday. Just each Saturday and add your tag over there of night shift and see how the magic. I'll do that. That's your first one. How you would? This comes with the practice. For right now, we had a requirement like previous day and the hours reported on a previous day is more than 5. That related field comes as time previous day. Most of the time, what we do time blocks for a time, blocks for the calendar date. Instead of there most of the time, all the time, like in the main of main scenarios, what you will do, you will add over here. This field would be used time blocks. Time blocks for the day. These two would be used most of the times, like 90% of the times, we will be using time blocks for the day. This is the first time we did this experimental calculation. If we have like more blocks, how do we know which block are we looking at? No more blocks. Each block is always located with the Caltech calculation tag. Correct. No, it's up to us which values you want from that. Cal blocks are always associated with your calculation tags and calculation tags holds your quantity. Correct. And then time conditional calculation and block calculation. We play with that quantity only. I stated a lot of times that calculation tags are the transporter. They play a vital role in our configurations. We will use those in our configurations a lot of times. I'll tell you. I'll create some scenario for you. Your second home. Another homework you will have for this particular worker. You have to create 2 time entry codes. One is on call and one is on call standby. On call and on call standby. We'll do a very good configuration tomorrow about call and on call standby. On call would be on call, standby is your hours only, and on call is your in and out. And on call hours would have 2 different calculation tags. They will not come under regular. Alright, the default calculation tag would be on call, a K on call standby and a K on call. That you need to do. These are the things. Today's task. What are the tasks that I gave you today? If first change that shift differential from 5 p.m. to 10, and if the time entered on a Saturday, if time entered on the Saturday is during that night shift, then give them a special premium. And the third is create your 2 entry codes. That I mean to enter 2 different codes, on call and on call standby. Absolutely. We will see the magic tomorrow about how the on call and on call standby that we will deal, how it would look. That's our thing. This is one of the calculation that we did. I since also remember that whenever you create a calculation, the today we actually juggled up right now. We juggled regarding like our tag did not generate. We see what happened with our tags. In order to avoid that thing, always once your calculation is ready, you will not see any alert over here. If you see any alert coming up, then I think you are missing something like that amount of time. I missed something. I did not see this calculation group. That is something that you need to make sure that you would always have that. You do not miss your groups and your priority. Even if any of the thing is missed, then you'll get an alert. At that point of time, when we created that, we did not add a group. What happened? The system got confused that regular is there. Correct. Priorities. They're correct. But this calculation should apply to whom? The system got confused on that and system couldn't determine that where to apply the calculation, where should the whole entries should be blocked or how it should look. That's how it got confused. After that, I actually simultaneously, I was creating another calculation. I thought let's make it more complicated and see if it is not working. Then what I was doing was creating a traditional calculation that any entry on a Saturday would be stored in a different bucket known as Saturday. I was trying to do right. But then while doing, I just got a stunt that I did not add that group over there. It happens once you start working. You will come across these kinds of small, I would say like miss, and brainstorming would definitely help you out in terms of getting more experience and getting more prompt with the time tracking. It is like since I do day in, day out time tracking, create a lot of calculations every day, but since I missed it, then I did. I saw it again. Alright, it will come based on experience. The more you will work, you will get to know things over there. Alright, please make sure that you do these calculations. And tomorrow we will have a very good session about these. We will all revolve around this and we will create one block creation calculation tomorrow. I had the question, was that those related fields and field to some? Is there a section somewhere or help somewhere on the Workday community? Or on the Workday community has, like, you can, if you add a ride over there, some related instance, a calculation in time tracking. It will give you a lot of examples. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.